Probably by next week we'll cross 30,000 subscribers. That's amazing. Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists, and today we're going to be looking at Pablo Picasso and recreating this famous painting of his, Nude, Green Leaves and Bust from 1932, one of the most productive years of his entire life. And also at the same time involved in a controversial relationship. It wouldn't be Picasso if it wasn't for some dirty old man stuff going on. But we're going to talk about that as we do whenever we talk about Picasso, because you have to address the elephant in the room when we talk about Picasso. But we want to try to learn from the positive things he accomplished in his life, including trying to recreate this painting. And yeah, so we'll get into his biography and all that stuff. Let's look at kind of the plan for today. We're going to get the image on the canvas. We're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We'll talk about the biography, well, a little bit, not the entire biography of Picasso, because I think I've done that ad nauseum over the years. But we're going to really just maybe focus on this particular period of time, this very productive period for Picasso. And then I don't know if we're going to do an underpainting. We're probably just going to launch right into the background here. And I hesitate to make an estimation of how long. I mean, I'd like to say 4.5 hours for this one, but usually that means add on an extra couple of hours. So if you are new to the channel, and 70% of the people that watch these episodes are not subscribers, it would be super helpful if people subscribe to the channel. Do it right now if you're new, and hit the notification bell so you know when upcoming episodes are taking place, because sometimes my schedule's a little bit all over the place, and I try to fit these episodes in when I can, and they don't always happen at the same time like they do today. And then if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal or through the Super Chat, or you want to send an e-transfer or a check in the mail, all those links are down below. My email's on my website and on the Facebook group, so I encourage you to join the Facebook group. In fact, let me just show you. Here's what the Facebook group looks like. In every episode, I post a little intro biography, context for each painting. And it's an incredible supportive group, over almost 1,200 people part of that group. So a very supportive group of people who maybe just like yourself are kind of towards the beginning of their artistic journey, and if you want a little support, that's a great place to go to get it. Okay, so and look at all the folks in the chat there. There's Lolly and Haas and Pascaline and Lisa. Look at that. The whole crew is back together again. I love it. Okay. So, our first step here is to get an image on the canvas. And again, we could sketch this whole thing out and eyeball it, do a grid. There's lots of different ways that we could get an image on the canvas. But the easiest way is to download the free template that I created on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. So I just import this image in there, and then I trace over top of it. And then I export it as a JPEG or PDF, which you can download from a Dropbox link I'll show you in a moment, and print it out on your printer at home or at work on regular photocopy paper. So that link, if you click on, I think it's maybe the second link in the description below, you'll see at the top there's our basic tools to get started with painting, including templates for doing a basic color wheel and value scale. And then the next, I don't know, 80 or so folders are for more beginner paintings, I would say. Some are maybe a little more complex than others. You can certainly watch those episodes to get an idea. And there's artists from all over the world, different periods of time, and certainly lots of different styles, genders, religions. I try to capture as many different major artists from around the world. So, and if you feel you're not represented, let me know, and I'd love to find an artist that we can include there just for you. And so the next, I don't know, 180 folders here are a little bit more complex paintings, like the Mona Lisa, for instance, and a whole bunch of Picassos, which is where ours lies, right in here. Folder 1, 2, 3. And you click in here, and you're going to see in this folder, like many of those other folders, there's lots of paintings within here. So today's painting is this one right here. Nude green leaves and bust. And so you click in there, you're going to see there's the original image and then two versions of the outline, a JPEG and a PDF. Download whatever is easier for you to print out at home. Okay, so let's do that image transfer. So first things first, we're going to put it on a well, I'm going to put it on a canvas. You could put it on paper if you want. Many people I've seen do that, paint them in their sketchbooks. You want a thicker paper, obviously, probably a mixed media or watercolor paper if you want to paint acrylic on top of it. In this case, I'm going to use a 9 by 12 inch canvas panel or canvas board. You could use a piece of plywood too if you want. And these ones, I like this brand particularly. I'm not sponsored or paid to do any of this stuff. But I've ordered these off of Amazon. They come in a set of 12 for like 25 bucks. So it works out to about $2 a canvas. And it's definitely at least twice as good as the ones you can get at the dollar store for $1. So they come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, give it a sanding with 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top. And I let that dry. I kind of put a couple blocks underneath, and then the paint kind of drips off on the edge. Hence, that's why you see these little blips of paint. And then I sand it again with 220 grit sandpaper to get a nice smooth surface. And when we're painting anything that's got some detail in it, having a smoother surface makes your life a lot easier. So let's put this on here. Yeah, I think right in the middle. Obviously, there's a little bit of extra space around the edges because the photocopy is 8.5 by 11, and I'm on a 9 by 12 canvas. Usually in the middle. Sometimes I move it to the side or whatever. Okay, the next step is I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. And this is actually technically graphite transfer paper, and I've ordered this off of Amazon, and you can get a set of like 100 sheets for 10 or 12 bucks, and you will have them for probably the remainder of your artistic journey. There's two sides. One's darker black and one side's gray. Sometimes they come as double-sided, in which case doesn't matter, right? And you can use this many times. You can see this one I've used once, but you could certainly use them probably 10, 15 times, depending on how many lines you are tracing. So don't just toss it in the trash after you've used it once, because you can, they have a long life here. Okay, maybe just first thing, I did this outline maybe 2 years ago. So let me just sort of look at them side by side, because I probably would do the outline maybe a little bit different today. One of the things that I did is I sort of outlined the edges of where all of the black lines are. I think for my purpose today, instead of doing that, I'm just sort of going to draw a line kind of in the middle, and then I'm going to widen those lines as I paint it. Now what that's mostly probably going to result in is a bit of a distortion as I reinterpret this painting, but I am all for reinterpretations. Okay. Because again, the main goal here for me is not to try to make a perfect copy, something that I could pass off as a forgery or something. It's to teach people a little bit about how to paint and how to mix colors using and studying great works by great artists who've made significant contributions to art history. So as long as we're learning and having a little bit of fun along the way, then I think we're accomplishing our goal here. Actually, I think I'm going to bring that back up because I'm using it as to help me see where these lines might just need to go. So one of the things that I don't know exactly how Picasso worked in his methods, but just as an artist myself, and with a little bit of experience over the years, what I imagine he did is, with like an artwork like this, is sketch out and just keep on drawing and drawing and drawing until there's a significant amount of lines on the canvas, and then he starts to sort of painting into these shapes. So, like, kind of like a, how would you describe it? It's like, I think it starts off relatively straightforward, and then he builds up a, what would be the word? Enough lines that he can then kind of pick and choose which lines he wants to, which shapes he wants to paint in or out. And that's, I think, one way that he arrives at these sort of kind of complex and strange images. It's almost like there's like two overlapping images, and we're kind of seeing them simultaneously, which is kind of like shows the influence of his earlier movement that he co-created, Cubism. So this painting, I think some people would call a Cubist painting, perhaps. But this is about 20 years after his real initial Cubist phase that this painting is created. We'll talk all about kind of the history of this painting and kind of the style. But I don't, like, technically, this is, it's less cubistic and more just Picasso-istic. It doesn't really follow the main conventions of the initial Cubist pseudo-scientific project, I would say. Doesn't make it any better or less. It's just something that we'll talk about in terms of like, what is Cubism, and is this actually a Cubist painting? Okay, I think that's probably everything that I need there. Just sort of flipping back and forth, seeing if I got the main stuff here. Yeah, we can do all that later. Okay. I'll do the signature, but I'll probably make it much larger later on. I'll do that maybe towards the very end of this painting. I'll just do a quick little cleanup. Oh, and there's Kathy there. Awesome. Okay, let's move that to the side. Pascaline says, would we ever do an Odilon Redon or André Derain? Yeah, those are absolutely, they're on the list. It's I've got a huge spreadsheet of another maybe 300 names that I'm slowly working my way through. I was actually going to do somebody different today, but my daughter has been kind of sick, and so we spent the day on the couch cuddling, and wasn't able to kind of put together the research I wanted. So kind of fell back on Picasso because I've talked enough about Picasso. I felt like I didn't have to do as much research to put together today's episode. But those are definitely great names, especially, well, Derain is really great because the interesting thing about Derain is he's kind of like in between Picasso and Matisse, who are kind of like these, seen as these kind of the two titans of at least the first half of the 20th century art. And so Derain is a figure who was associated with both artists and both movements that Matisse in Fauvism with Matisse, and Cubism with Picasso. So that's a really great one too. And Audelain Redon is another artist whose work is really probably very underrated, but also a great artist for beginners to study from, because the almost childlike way that he painted some of his paintings, and I mean that in a good way and not in a derisive negative way. So yeah, those are thanks for those suggestions, Pascaline. That's great. Yeah, and I'm always open to hearing other people's ideas. Okay, let's get on with the show here. So the next step after we've got our image transferred onto the canvas or sketched out onto the canvas, what we want to do is stain it. Or, well, that's what I like to do. You could certainly just start painting right away, but I like to do what the great masters have traditionally done, which is to apply some sort of priming layer, a first coat of paint known as the Imprimatura, and the Italians kind of popularized this method during the Renaissance. And so let's just, before I talk about that, let's look at the paint that we're going to use to start this. We're going to use what's called a split primary palette, and the split primary palette is not something I invented, but I'm definitely on a mission to popularize it, because I wish I knew about this 30 years ago when I was a teenager and getting into painting. Man, this would have made my life so much easier. And I strongly recommend this approach if you're a beginner, and maybe even if you're an intermediate, and maybe even if you're a professional artist too, or at least certainly the concepts are absolutely essential. And this, I've never seen any other method that helps make painting more comprehensible and digestible than this particular approach. And it's not the most common. I mean, there's yeah, anyway, so what we're going to do here, we can paint virtually about 95% of all the colors in the visible spectrum using just 8 tubes of paint. And so that means we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. And that's why it's called a split primary palette, because we're going to split the palette in each primary color in half into their warm and cool components. So because every color has a temperature, and if you've never heard anyone talking about color temperature, I got a whole video down in the playlist, one of the first of part of this master study series. I think it's important to watch just to really understand how I break all that down. And so we can use these 6 colors plus white, and you can buy a tube of black. I've got a tube of black that I've used maybe a quarter of it over the past 300 plus episodes, because we can make our own black using this very simple formula here below. So the paint that I'm about to use here is this Amsterdam, and the Amsterdam paint, I'm not sponsored or paid or given any free supplies by anybody. I've been doing these episodes for almost 4 years now, purely through your support. And so thank you to those of you who've been supporting me through the links down below. Excuse me. I think this Amsterdam paint is your best quality for the price. You can certainly spend more for higher quality paint, and you can certainly spend less for much less quality paint. And you could spend the same amount for much less quality too. So a tube like this, a 250 milliliter tube, costs about $12 to $17, depending on which country you're in and where you're buying it from. I certainly wouldn't spend, sometimes I see it for like on Amazon for like $25, $30, unless that's your only option. And you don't have an art supply store nearby, and most art supply stores will mail you stuff. Really do your research before you buy from Amazon. Some art supplies are ridiculously expensive. It's almost like somebody just bought the stuff and like, oh, just put it on Amazon, see if any idiot is gonna buy this for $40, and I'm happy selling it. I'll just go buy another one, 2 of them for what I get, right? Okay, I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep to stain the canvas, to do my Imprimatura, but if you want to use a different brand, I'm going to go through a whole bunch of different brands, so buckle up. We're going to look at, you could use Golden, you could use Lascaux, you could use Liquitex, you could use Winsor & Newton, you could use M. Graham & Co., or Acrylic, or Buzz, or Holbein, or Daler-Rowney, or Krilla by Daler-Rowney, or Nova Color, or Gvartsmans, or Chromacolor, or Sennelier, or Montmartre, or Triart, or Riotech, or Natural Earth Paint, or Desirs Dacryl Collegial, or Faber-Castell, or Stedler, or Opus, or Acrylicos Valeos, or Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supplies, or Derwent, or Mary's, otherwise known as Shanghai Paint, or Fevicryl. But, and I haven't used most of those. Those are just me looking at those paints online and saying I think those would probably be the paints I would buy if I was using those brands. But here's 2 that I've bought and used before, and I cannot recommend, because they add way too much white as a filler in their paint. And one thing about that is it makes it impossible for us to mix our black. And yeah, fair, you could just buy a tube of black paint and use that, but it's also going to mean any color you're trying to mix is always going to be slightly subdued because there's white in it. When we add white to a color, it tints it, makes it slightly pastel, it lowers its saturation, and generally you probably don't want to be painting really saturated colors anyway. But you know, in a painting like we're going to do today, Picasso's using some very bright colors, and I don't know if these particular brands are going to hold up, and it's always going to look a little bit drab, perhaps. And you know, every company except maybe the most expensive brands adds titanium white as a filler into their paint. It's just that these brands add way too much, and you can literally see them if you put them side by side on a palette. So that's very upsetting. Okay, so let's start putting some paint on the palette. So this here is a jar of my Amsterdam paint. This is what I've managed to scrape out of about, like, this jar was once full about maybe 4 months ago, and this was all just paint that I got out of tubes of paint, which for all intents and purposes seemed to be empty. But before I threw them out, I just opened them up and scooped the remaining paint that was kind of hidden inside out. Just because I'm cheap, but also because, you know, I guess there's something about, like, you know, an artist, when you just throw paint away, you're just like, oh man, think of all the paintings I could have made with that, and just going into a landfill. Something, you know, depressing to me about that. So I'm just going to quickly apply paint to the rest of my palette here. to me it's super satisfying to use these paints that would otherwise go in the trash. It just feels like it taps into my my family history of hoarding, of you know, being like my Ukrainian grandparents living on a farm in Saskatchewan, making use of every last little bit of you know, vegetables, and you know, boiling the potato peels scraps to make soups and things. That's what I'd like to tell myself, but it's really probably I'm just cheap. Okay, so I got my palette all set up here. Now I've got my Azo Yellow Deep, or my warm yellow. I'm gonna put about somewhere like approaching, you know, 40-50% water to acrylic. There's probably a little bit less here. There's probably, you know, maybe 35%. You can see it's very important to be super scientific and precise. So let me see here. So I mix that up. So the more water I add to this, the more transparent it will become. And there's definitely times where I want a much more transparent surface than others, and if that's the case, I'll definitely add more. In this particular instance, I don't know, Picasso's just known for his boldness, and so this is just a much bolder, intense, warm yellow that I'm applying here. And it's worth knowing that definitely Picasso would not have used this color, and almost nobody in art history has used this warm yellow as I'm using it. Which begs the question then, why on earth am I using it? It's because I like it, and over these episodes, I originally began by mixing a warm brown, which is, you know, a rusty red like color, brick red, which would have been the much more traditional approach of an Imprimatura. But this color is actually very similar. It's just much more yellow, because brown is basically an orange with a little bit of blue in it. So here we've got basically kind of an orange. And what this is going to mean is it's going to make everything else just a little bit brighter, a little bit more intense, a little bit more saturated colors than most artists would have used, especially the further and further we go back in art history. But again, I'm not trying to make a perfect copy of the original, and I really like bright colors, so that's what I'm using. You don't have to paint an Imprimatura. You could just paint directly onto a white canvas. But you could use a green or an orange or a blue. In fact, over the past maybe couple of months, I've really experimented. I've done some with blue and green and red, just to kind of test that hypothesis and just see, you know, because every once in a while it's good to, you know, if you get into a routine, just to kind of do a little double check and make sure that routine is serving you rather than getting you into a rut, and you don't want to become complacent. So every once in a while I like just to test that and be like, and after doing that, it was like, yeah, you know what, I think my approach I think I've confirmed it over 300 plus episodes, but hey, don't take my word for it. Find your own path, explore it on your own, and see what you get, and then start your own YouTube channel, right? Lolly says, Michael, how are you feeling today? Have you recovered from your cold flu? I hope so. Kathy says, yeah, I was wondering too. You look better. I feel mostly better. Yeah, last couple weeks have been pretty rough. Our daughter's been kind of sick and then better and sick and then better, and she's going to the pediatrician tomorrow afternoon, so hopefully that whatever needs to be done can be done. I woke up the last couple days with like her eyes almost basically glued shut from the little gunk on her tear ducts, and it's so sad when you got a little one who's crying because they can't open their eyes. So I think she just has the flu. But she gets to stay home, and that means I get lots of extra cuddles. So we spent all day on the couch today watching Unicorn Academy, and we watched the entire season 1 about 4 times through. So if anybody needs a summary of Unicorn Academy, I'm your man. I've been really thinking about all the different layers of this complex children's cartoon. So let's progress forward here. Yeah, thank you, Lolly. I appreciate that. So now that we've got an image on the canvas, we've got it stained with a little bit of color. I just love how that glows. Let's talk a little bit about Picasso's biography, and specifically the era in which he made today's painting, while this slowly dries before us here. So let's start here. So Pablo Picasso is born in Spain in 1881 and dies in France, in the south of France, in 1973 at age 91. And, I mean, I've done this a number, I don't know, probably 10 episodes on Picasso now, but I kind of always forget how long he lived, and that he lived through the 60s and into the 1970s. And so, he outlived almost all of his peers by decades. And the fact that Picasso lived so long and was productive all the way up until the day he died. Picasso at one point had the Guinness Book of World Records for the most amount of artwork produced and sold, and somebody beat him by making drawings on Post-it notes and selling them in the New York City subway for $1. So he was a machine, probably produced more art than almost anybody in history. And some of it is outstanding and incredible, and some of it is kind of average and mediocre, and there's also a lot that is terrible. But that's what you get when you're producing a lot of work. And that's one reason I always suggest, rather than working on one painting for months and months and months and fiddling with it, is just to move on, start something new, or start a new paint or the same painting a second time. And I'm sure you would do better and do it faster the second time around. I mean, what's to say that we haven't already said about his life? Picasso obviously is famous for having had many different styles and participating in many different movements and inventing different movements throughout his career. I mean, he has, some of the early works that he made when he was a child. His father was an accomplished artist himself and taught Picasso everything he knew. So Picasso was seen as like a child prodigy, but he was a normal kid like everybody else who just had a father who taught Picasso, all the academic traditions. By like age 12, Picasso knew as much as, anyone who had gone through art school. So I always think about that as being one reason Picasso was so rebellious, well, in life, but in his art, because by the time he's in his teens, when most other teenagers are rebelling He's rebelling in his own way, but now he's sort of rebelling against all of the other art that came before him, and trying to do things in totally different ways that really people hadn't seen before. And so he brought that real teenage angst to his art, and the world is generally better for that. Again, we'll talk about his life, or his relationships with the women in his life, which was, no other way to say, was abusive, and he was a sadist, a terrible, terrible man in that respect, for sure. No doubt about it. Had he lived today, he would be canceled. There are exhibitions, and I've seen plaques or like text panels on walls next to his paintings, making pains now to outline some of that questionable, to say the least, behavior of his, because it's important to kind of put that art in context and put Picasso in context, because if he was less well known than he is today, we wouldn't see, his work would be taken off the walls of museums. But since museums and collectors have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on his work, they have a vested interest in maintaining Picasso as an important artist, lest the value of their work collapse, right? So yeah, so then we go through these different periods. His blue period, we've done that guitar, and we've done a few of his blue period paintings. We've done a few of his rose period paintings. In this rose period painting, he's doing a lot of these images of harlequins and acrobats. And then we did some of his early Cubist paintings. We did Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon, or Les Damoiselles d'Avignon, and that's considered to be the first Cubist painting. And this painting stayed in his studio for about a decade because he didn't think it was good enough until everybody else had started to kind of do paintings like him. And he's like, maybe I gotta take this thing out of storage and sell it, because everyone's ripping me off. I just created a new movement. So here we have, some of these, the beginning of Cubism begins kind of 1907, 1908. Him and his friend Georges Braque, and that's another artist that we definitely have to talk about, Braque, after all these Picasso paintings, for sure. But these initial Cubist works, so the initial phase of Cubism is called analytical Cubism. And the analytical Cubist movement is really the Picasso and Braque envisioned Cubism as essentially a scientific, like they imagined themselves to be doing scientific research into how the eye sees and how space is perceived by the brain, and but they didn't have any scientific background, so most people would consider it pseudoscience. And the idea is, just as a quick little background to Cubism, is that could you make a painting that functions a little bit like a sculpture? Because paintings are generally, you see one point of view. And so could we see multiple points of view in the same artwork? And there were artists during the Renaissance who used multiple perspective points, like Paolo Uccello, for instance. But for the most part, artists over the centuries started to kind of have a singular point of view, the artist's own viewpoint. And unless you, really until Cubism, you don't even really think about that what would be wrong with that? That makes perfect sense, right? Of course. But what Picasso and Braque were trying to think about is, could we, let's say, think of like a block. Do I have a cube here? Well, let's say this piece of this sanding block, right? If we try to look at it, we can see really at most 3 sides at once, like right there, right? You could see 1, 2, 3. But you can't see the other sides around here. So would there be whereas a sculpture, you know, you could walk all around and see it from all different angles. So could we do that with a painting, show all of those points of view simultaneously? Well, not really if we're painting it from one point of view. But let's say this was a cardboard box, we could potentially open it up, unfold it, and put it straight down on the ground. And therefore you could see all the sides simultaneously. So then it follows, well, could we kind of do that with the human body? Could we, you know, take the human body and unfold it and lay it flat onto a surface so that we can see the front of the face and the side of the face and the top of the head and the back of the head all at once? And so that's what they're trying to do in these artworks. You know, you be the judge as to how successful you think these are based upon what I've just said. Maybe, but I think that, again, it verges into, yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. Is that really what I see here? Because I think if we were really to be able to do that, these paintings would be even stranger and weirder and more bizarre than most so-called analytical cubist paintings actually are. And people thought they were bizarre and strange already, right? So this phase of analytical cubism lasts, well, at least for Picasso, about 5 or 6 years. And during that time, the rest of the world is just totally fascinated with what Picasso and Braque have created. And virtually every single artist who saw themselves as a leading artist of their time, wherever it was on Earth, whether it was in Africa or South America or Canada or the United States or certainly Europe or Eastern Europe, Japan, were exploring Cubism. They're like, man, this is... He's opened up a door. Him and Braque have opened up a door into a totally different way of thinking about pictorial space. And you can make a decision yourself as to how successful Picasso or Braque or any of those other artists were in achieving kind of the initial aims of Cubism. So for instance, I would say kind of maybe early, like this is probably closer to what one might imagine the goal of Cubist painting would actually look like. It becomes very, very abstract, right? And a lot of artists were like, well, I guess, but I don't know if I want to paint something like that. It's kind of maybe not what everybody wants to hang in their walls, right? I don't know if I'm going to sell that many paintings if I make paintings like this. So the movement that grows out of this analytical cubism becomes known as synthetic cubism. And synthetic cubism is, and that's again something that both Picasso and Braque start to evolve, is, and I think we're going to leap, okay, so here we are. So they've kind of merge these two together. Synthetic cubism is actually more like what we're going to be doing today. Is this? I guess I don't have any of his stuff from the 30s here. So let's go to this particular period of time. So these works that Picasso creates during the late 1920s and early 30s would probably be the high point of analytical cubism, in that it bears some resemblance to the strange, weird, fragmented, atomized bodies and landscapes and still lifes, but the artists themselves, like Picasso, are no longer pretending that they're trying to do some kind of pseudo-scientific research about how the eye and mind work and perceive space, and more just like, this looks kind of cool, doesn't it? Let's just do that. Let's just play around with shapes and have a little bit of fun. So that's kind of like what Picasso's doing at this particular period of time. I should say that this also follows a decade in which Picasso explores neoclassical art, and it's kind of seen by many as like a extremely retrograde, anti-revolutionary period in his life, where he's been considered to be the most radical, innovative artist in the world, and then he all of a sudden stops and starts painting paintings like this, which look like Greek and Roman art from thousands of years before. And people are like, what? Like, it's hard to, I was like, what is another example of an artist doing something like this? It's almost the opposite of Bob Dylan when he plugged his guitar in and went from a folk artist to a rock and roll artist. It would be like if Bob Dylan was a rock and roll artist and then kind of stepped away and said, you know what, I want to become a folk artist now. And everyone's like, what? What are you doing? Or like if the Beatles, they had experimented with, they had some string arrangements that George Martin did on some of the songs. If the Beatles had instead, at the end of the 60s, said, you know what, we are going to now explore medieval chamber music, and all of the young women showing up to the crowds to scream and yell are sitting in these theaters, and they're playing harps and mandolins, and like you're like, what? Okay, where did all of the I Want to Hold Your Hand or Revolution Number 9 go? This doesn't make any sense. So here's Picasso once again kind of pulling the rug out from everybody, going in this direction and doing these much neoclassical, like a return to classical art. And so that is, in fact, so here's a portrait of Olga Picasso from 1918. Olga Picasso was Picasso's, I think it was his first wife? No, I think it was his second wife. In fact, I've got her queued up here. I think she was his first wife. Now that let me see. They're just gonna. I just want to double check before I start. Oh, yeah, it was his first wife. Okay, yeah, that's right. There's enough women in his life that we're going to get into here that you forgive me for being a little bit confused. So him and Olga get married in 1918, kind of at the high point of the original analytical cubist movement. And that is one reason why some people see him as kind of returning to neoclassical art, because he's trying as much as Picasso could try to settle down and lead a quote-unquote ordinary married life, right? But Picasso being Picasso, that was not possible. And so that work, which I would say probably my favorite work of all of Picasso's work, is that neoclassical work, but he can't help himself. And in 1927, he is, or actually, no, let me, before we go there, let's, I want to show. So in 1930, Picasso buys a chateau outside of Paris. Let's just take a look at this space here. So this chateau, the Chateau de Boisjoli, is now a gallery and museum owned by his son Paul, I don't know if Paul is still alive now, but you can see here it's just outside of Paris. I'll just zoom back out a little bit further. Probably 4 or 5 hour carriage ride, maybe a little bit longer than that, probably a full day's ride by horse from Paris back in the day, or a train ride, probably 3 or 4 hour train ride away. And him and his family move up into this area here. And that's where he basically makes many of the paintings that he creates during this era. Now, before that, in 1927, he's walking through Paris, and he is passing by a metro station and sees this young 17-year-old woman named Mary Therese Walter emerging from the station, and comes up to her. And how does he says to her, "You have an interesting face. I would like to do a portrait of you. I am Picasso, and we are going to do great things together." Again, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, that's what she said that he said, right? And so he hires her initially as a model, this young 17-year-old woman. He's 45 years old at this time, and brings her, he has a studio in Paris, but also brings her out to the chateau outside of Paris, and makes paintings of her. I don't know where her parents are at this time. I guess it was a different era, right? But needless to say, they end up having a secret affair, an affair that somehow Picasso manages to keep from his wife Olga until basically 1935. So for about 8 years, they have this illicit affair, to the point where Picasso even moves her into a building, I think next door to the chateau. And so he's yeah, I mean, it's just, anyway, so Picasso is making paintings of this young woman, and during this period of time is really some of the most productive works that he creates. And the works he creates in the early 1930s, particularly during 1932, are seen to be kind of his golden period. They often refer to Mary Therese Walter as the Golden Muse. That Picasso is creating these paintings that are kind of like his neoclassical paintings, in that there's a delicateness to them. They don't have the anger and the angst and the intensity of his younger period when he was in his 20s and 30s, especially the Cubist periods, where everything's like painted very quickly and aggressively, and the colors are darker and the themes are darker as well. These paintings are mostly very vibrantly colored. How do I get back to the previous image? Okay. So here's another example of a painting that, some would consider to be, a analytical a synthetic cubist piece, but even that is a bit of a stretch. It is just a bizarro, abstracty Picasso painting, like that only Picasso would create. It doesn't really, I'm sure that I could get in arguments with some Cubist specialist or Picasso specialist, but I don't really consider this to be a Cubist painting in the classical sense or the traditional sense. But he's cranking paintings out, and many of these paintings are actually quite large, including today's painting is 5 foot tall. It's a big painting. So he's very much inspired, and he's doing really well, until someone sort of lets the cat out of the bag that Mary Therese has become pregnant. So at that time she would be like 24, 25 years old, and he's 53. And someone tells Olga that not only has he been having this affair with Mary Therese, and I gotta imagine she must have suspected something was going on, but the fact that now, when Olga finds out that Picasso is going to have a child with Mary Therese, she's done. She's out. She packs everything up. She takes their son Paul with them, and they leave and they go to the south of France, and that's it. They never officially divorce. Picasso marries again because Olga passes away eventually, and so Picasso remarries in the early 60s. But she, I think, would never grant Picasso a divorce because she was so angry with him, and because Picasso was like, if we get divorced, I'm going to give you nothing. So I think she felt like the only way that she would get her just due would be if she stayed in that relationship, that terrible relationship. But anyway, what else do I want to say here? Well, and then Picasso being Picasso is that as soon as he finds out that his mistress is pregnant, decides he's lost interest and moves on, and he starts having relationships with other women beyond that. So, I don't know if it says... okay, so here's a couple of other women. Alice Palin and Valentine Hugo were two other women that he started having relationships with right around the time that their daughter Maya was born. And you could just imagine how this poor young woman who's sort of given her youth over to this old perv felt about, you know, she's now having his child, and he's like, well, I guess you're no use to me anymore, and immediately is having other relationships with other women. And then when Olga disappears and leaves him, Picasso is distraught, and rather than sort of manning up and becoming like a true father to his now illegitimate daughter, he decides to instead dump Mary Therese and start another relationship with a totally different woman, Dora Maar. So I just want to show, so because we've talked about and made paintings based on a few of these women. So here's this artwork we did maybe 2 years ago, this portrait of Olga. I love this painting, and we did a version just like this and a close-up on her face, and that painting has been upstairs in our kitchen for the past 2 years. I love that. And then here is our painting that we're going to be doing of Mary Therese, the woman that he was cheating on Olga with and had a child with. And then we also did this painting here, a portrait of Dora Maar, the woman that he replaced Mary Therese with. So if you're interested in the whole Picasso love triangle, then you've got 3 paintings here, which also sort of display different real eras of Picasso's stylistic transformation and evolution. I won't talk about Dora Maar because we've talked about her before. So really one reason why this particular painting has become so well known is that in 2010 it sold for $95 million. It basically works out to $106 million with all of the fees and things attached. I just want to play this little bit here.
Last chance at 95, at $95 million on this telephone against you all. It worked the last time at $95 million. And I'm selling it this time. Fair warning, you all done? And selling at $95 million. Nick, your bidder at $95 million.
Okay, so I don't know, we'll see. I've been interested to see if one of these videos would get taken down from copyright, so we'll see if Christie's sues me or tries to take that video down, or take this whole video down. But you can see this video or that is the auction where this work became, at least temporarily, the most expensive artwork sold at auction, and it stayed the most expensive painting for only 2 years, to be replaced by the sale of Edvard Munch's The Scream, painted in 1893. And now, just a little bit over 10 years later, since the sale of that painting, this painting has now fallen down to number 27 on the list of most expensive paintings sold at auction. So just 10 years ago, well, 12, 13 years ago, this painting was the most expensive painting ever sold at auction, and now it's not even the most expensive Picasso painting. It's not even in the top 10 or 20. It's approaching top 30 of most expensive paintings. So you could see how the value of paintings have exploded over just the last decade. So if you're worried at all that rich people are don't know what to do with their money and are scrounging and saving, I think they're doing fine. I think we can safely say that the wealthy people of Earth are going to be okay. So this painting now is, we don't know exactly who bought it. It was bought by someone over the telephone, but some people have speculated that it is the Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich, who owns Chelsea FC, a English Premier Football League team, but we don't know. But anyway, this painting is on sort of semi-permanent display at the Tate Modern in London, England. So if you're interested in going and seeing this painting, as far as I know, it's still there on display. I mean, who knows? This is an article from over 10 years ago, so maybe because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Abramovich being kind of outcast in English society and being made to sell, and all of his assets were frozen, who knows what happened to this painting if he took his ball and went home. All right. What else do I want to say about this? I feel like there's more things. Oh, well, I guess another little bit of a history of this painting is, after it was complete in 1932, it was sold to Picasso's friend and art dealer Paul Rosenberg, whom he had a kind of a contract with, that he would basically sell all of his new paintings directly to him in exchange for, advances and all this kind of stuff. And of course, this is in the early 1930s, and if you know anything about European history, it's the rise of anti-Semitism and the Nazis and eventually World War II. So Rosenberg basically tries to sell as much of his work out of, and get it out of Europe as quickly as possible, selling most of his work to collectors in the United States, including this painting. It went on display in his gallery in New York City, where it stayed there until 1951, in which time it was purchased by a husband and wife collector, the Brodies. Sidney and Francis Brody, who were major art collectors. They're really the founding. They basically donated their art collection to the LA County Museum of Art. So all of the major pieces that began that collection were donated by this couple. And so when Frances Brody passed away in 2009, her many, not all, but many of the paintings from the family's collection were auctioned off in New York, including this one. So this painting also really, after it was bought by the Brodies, was part of their own personal collection, and it was only exhibited once during 1961 for just about 1 month in celebration of Picasso's 80th birthday. And so until basically the painting was sold at auction just a decade ago, this painting was largely unseen by the public. So it is nice that at the very least this painting, by being exhibited at the Tate, has had a chance to be seen by people again. Okay. I guess lastly, to end on a sad note, because who doesn't like to end on a sad note, is Mary Therese, after she was kicked to the side by Picasso in 1935, 36, 37, around there, after he began his relationship with Dora Maar. She really struggled for decades, and when she was after Picasso died in 71, she committed suicide in 77. So she was basically, she really was really traumatized by that relationship she had with Picasso. So, while some people would say, "Oh, wow, it's great. She had an opportunity to be with this great man, and she was depicted in many of his most famous paintings, and is forever remembered by a painting like this." I don't know how many of us would want to change places with her if we had that chance. I mean, it sounds maybe a lot more glamorous than it probably really was. So, it's definitely tragic that she had such an unfortunate tragic ending, but it is her, I don't know how else to move on from that, but yeah, sorry to be a downer. But let's now take our attention to trying to recreate this painting by Picasso of this young woman who was, certainly taken advantage of by this much older fellow. I think I'm going to go directly to painting the background of this painting here. We could do a little bit of underpainting, but I think I'm probably just going to jump right into it. And because my lines, as I mentioned before, when I outlined them, I took a little bit of liberties here. So let's take a look at how we want to begin this painting. Well, I am probably going to begin... one thing I will say about these paintings, which does make it kind of cubist, is that the space is relatively flat, right? We don't have the typical kind of illusionistic space that we see in, classical paintings, right? Like, if this was a painting of a nude in a... like, I'm trying to think, do I have what would be an example? Like, maybe we've got, like, Grant Wood's here, American Gothic, right? Illusionistic space, meaning that there's the illusion of depth. We've got these two figures standing in the foreground, and then we've got this building in the background. But when we look at today's painting, I guess you've got a figure in the foreground, and you've got maybe these leaves in behind her, and the sculpture, a sculpture of Mary Therese by Picasso as well. This is an actual artwork too. I guess there's kind of a bit of a space, but the way that it's painted, everything is sort of flat on the surface. So in terms of like the way that I like to paint, kind of moving from the background to the foreground, in this instance, it's kind of like we could really start technically anywhere, especially when we're going to outline everything with black. So, but I think I'm still going to try to at least give the illusion of working foreground to background, if not only for just the separation of intertitles throughout this video here. So let's start with our blues, right? That's maybe an easy place for us to start, and there's a lot of it. So we're going to want to start with our cool blues. So to do this, I'm going to take some white and cool blue. Let's look at this. So because we're going to be doing black outlines everywhere, that is actually going to make my life a lot easier. I can be pretty sloppy with the way that I apply this paint, because when I put my black outlines on top of things, it's going to really clean everything up and hide any kind of sloppiness that I produce here. So the other thing too, let's zoom in on this. So I'm going to start here right on the left. Oh, looks like I probably had it right the first time here. So I kind of want this look of the paint kind of smearing rather than being one perfectly blended paint. So you see what I've done? I've mixed these colors up, but I haven't fully mixed them. I even got just extra little bit of white on here. So as I paint this, it's pretty tricky to try to allow the color to not mix, trying not to paint back over the same area. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a little bit more white. Like that, right? Let's do that again. That's a different blue, but you know what? I'm just going to paint this. Okay, let's get a little bit more white now. Now what I want to, yeah, okay, let's move on. I'm going to take now a little bit of warm blue and put this into this mixture here. And I guess that color is here too, right? And also notice how I'm happy having a little bit of extra texture. Usually I prefer to have a little bit less texture because it can make doing the outlining a little bit tricky. But in this case, I think a bit of extra texture is okay. It's still going to make doing outlining a little bit tricky, but I think it's part of the style. So again, look how sloppy that is. It's not particularly pretty the way I'm painting it, but it doesn't need to be pretty, especially at this stage. So don't spend all this time trying to do the perfect little lines here when it's not going to really matter. It's going to get all painted out anyway. Or not painted out, but we're going to clean up all those edges. So I might have to do a second coat of paint anyway here to overcome a bit of this yellow. So you can see maybe my colors, my blues here, aren't perfect. But I know that I might have to do this again, so I'm sort of like, well, there's no point in worrying about getting the mixture exactly right because I've got to paint over it anyway. Then I'll leave that worrying till to that stage of the painting. Now I do have all this extra space here, so I think I'm just going to add a little bit more blue. I'm going to take a bit more warm blue now. Okay, so let's zoom back out to see. Let's see a little bit of how this looks at this stage. So I think this might need to have a little bit more warm blue in it, but I think that's good for right now. That's what I want to be able to accomplish at that stage. In fact, let's just rub that off. I think I could probably leave this area, just leave that blank, leave my Imprimatura up here. Maybe I may want to add a little bit more of red into there, but I think it might be okay. Up here, we've got this red. It's kind of a little bit, I think it's a, let's make a, I think it's a little bit on the cooler side, but I'm going to turn this into a bit of a warmer brown, or cooler brown, sorry, to make it a bit more in the background. So I'm taking my cool red and cool yellow, and let's take a bit of cool blue. Must have had a bit of white on my brush there. So that's a little bit on the darker side. It doesn't surprise me because I'm painting over top of the yellow, but something I'll just track a little bit. I think I'll also just use the same brown right here. Oh, there's Senga there. Wow, you guys, oh, look at them, my goodness, there's a lot of questions and comments. Do you recommend a good program or app for a beginner to try digital painting? There's a lot out. I mean, one I think that might be free, I think, is Sketchbook Pro. That's great. I've used that many times. I use now Procreate, which is very similar, and it's a professional grade drawing program you can get for the iPad. I think you pay, might be like $20 for the app, which might sound expensive for an app, but it's, you can, I mean, I use it, I'm drawing a graphic novel on it. It's an incredible piece of software. But yeah, I think Sketchbook Pro, I think, is free, so that might be a great place to start. Did I see Maria? We talk about Maria in there? So many names in here. Trying to just quickly scan through, see if anybody's asking me a question or anything. Lolly says, my confidence in my artwork and abilities has gone up from 0 since watching Michael. I didn't even dare create anything, let alone share it. These classes are so important, in my opinion. Oh, that's so sweet of you to say. Senga says, I'm just going with the flow, trying to find myself. Michael might be able to style, give me feedback. I was watching an art documentary last night about Paris, the three, Monet, Picasso, and Manet. Interesting. I wonder if Michael would advise if a book called The Art of War is any good. I keep hearing about it in the documentary. Yeah, it's a great book. I have it here somewhere, I think. It's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. I think it used to be on the set. Yeah, it's a great book. Stephen Pressfield. I sometimes think about teaching it to my students, my university students. Yeah, great book. Highly recommended. I like Stephen Pressfield's writing. Yeah, you couldn't go wrong with that for sure. Let's mix a black here. So let's take our cool blue. our cool yellow. And warm red. And we're making our own black right there. And so at first it's going to go through all these different colors. It's going to go green, and then it's going to go brown, and then as we mix it together, it's going to maybe go purple. Because what's happening is all those colors, as they're mixing together, they're changing and interacting with one another, canceling each other out. And then we get this dark mud. Now, is it a perfect black? No, absolutely not. We can always use black, but I like mixing my own first, so I think it's great for a beginner to learn how to do this and just see it themselves, because I think once you see it, you can start to understand how color works. But black is such an intense color, it sits very close, it leaps forward towards us, so I think it's a good idea to kind of be a little bit, to go easy on the black whenever you're making a painting, especially in shadows. People often just go crazy with big black shadows, and I don't generally recommend that. So, how do we want to do this here? I know this face is going to get white later on, but I think what I'm going to do is paint this kind of gray, and then that way I can paint white over top of it and kind of a little bit of a glaze to give it a bit of transparency. Let's add more black to this gray, make just a darker gray. Just gonna keep on going with some of these grays here. Again, I may lighten some of them up or darken them. I just want to get shapes into places. Like, this is kind of one of my favorite parts of painting, because it's just like, you know, I can have a little bit of fun, I can be a little bit wild, I can use a bigger brush, which can help me maybe move a little bit faster. I'm not as worried about perfection and all that kind of baggage. Oops, that's not fully on camera, is it? Okay, I think that's probably good enough. There's Goodman there. Says hello. Hi, Goodman. Goodman's going traveling in a few hours. I think it is so sweet and lovely and heartwarming to see strangers wishing people well in the chat of these videos. I mean, not really strangers anymore because you guys have been chatting for in some cases for years. But it's just, again, I just love being a part of this community. It's so cool. Okay, let's move on to. I'm going to create a new title here. Now that we've got this painting started, or the background anyway, let's go to the foreground and let's start painting. And really, the foreground I'm just going to consider sort of the woman, the main subject of this painting, Mary Therese Walter, and yeah. So let's just take a look maybe before I move on as to like what these colors are. We got let's start with a brown. Right, let's start with a warm brown behind her head there. So let's take some warm yellow, warm red. In fact, maybe I'm just, while I've got it mixing a color here, I'm just going to take a bit of this and I will paint just a little bit more opacity back up here. Didn't have to do that, but why not? It doesn't mean that painting an Imprimatura has no value. It's just that sometimes it can be a little bit transparent, and if I didn't do a good enough job with the Imprimatura, I might have a little bit of the canvas showing through there. Okay, so I was starting to mix my brown, so I've got my warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. The more red and blue we put in here, the darker the brown would be, to the point where you can make a warm brown with little to no warm yellow at all, and that becomes like very, 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 almost a purpley brown. In fact, I think we need to go even darker here. I think that's good for right now. If we want to make it darker, we can always make it darker. Yeah, I mean, maybe it needs to be. It's always so hard to determine, right? That's why I like to do several layers of paint, because that way, once I start getting paint in, I can take a look and see how it's kind of vibing with the rest of the painting here. I got all of what I need here. Looks pretty good. Let's paint. I mean, definitely this is going to need to be darker. That's pretty clear. So I mean, I could probably just blow dry this right now. But well, yeah, maybe let's just do that. I was like, let's do that, and I'll just do another coat of brown right now. I think might use some heavy gel here. Save that for a few minutes. Let's do this brown again. And let's see if just doing a second coat is enough or if I need to make it darker. I think I do. I need to make it darker. So let's put more blue in here and more red. Remember I said we can make basically a brown with just red and blue. Here we are. You know, one thing I sometimes hear, or people will say when I'm teaching in person is like, they'll get really like, oh, I painted the wrong color in there, in this area. I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know if I would say I don't know if that's the right language to use. It's just like, oh, well, how to describe what I'm thinking? It's not you haven't made a mistake, especially if you recognize it. It's like, okay, well, I just need to change that color. It's not the wrong color, but it's how else would you know it was right or wrong until you actually did it? You need to kind of see it on the canvas in order to know how right or wrong it actually is. So there's only so much sort of planning you can do in your head and on your palette. You just have to get paint on there in order to see whether it's working or not. So, you know, his color's actually good. There's a little bit of gray in that brown. So his is a little bit more muted. Mine's a bit more intense because I didn't add any gray or white or black into this brown. So it's going to be different. It's going to be more saturated, more intense. But I don't know if it bothers me at this moment. So I'm just going to leave it. And if I do want to modify it, I'll modify it. But let's just press forward here. I totally forgot about the leaves in the background. Well, there you go. Couldn't see the forest through the trees. Or couldn't see the trees through the forest, or the leaves. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to make that analogy function. Okay, so, this figure, let's just take a second. how is that painted? So another thing too, you can really see how Picasso's changing his mind. He paints some lines and then paints over them. We can see some lines underneath the face in here. And you can see how that paint starts to build up. It's actually quite thick. You can really see that in this face up here. And that's why I got my gel out, because I'm going to put some gel in here and thicken that up and make it kind of a little bit goopy and messy in there, I think, just to do something a little bit different. Because I don't think it's probably been a year and a half since I've used this jar. You got to use that paint if you buy it, right? You got to use these mediums. They can't just sit on the shelf forever. So the internal monologue throughout a lot of this painting is Picasso painted this painting and then painted things out. So when I'm doing this painting, do I want to just paint the top surface that we see, or do I want to try to capture a little bit of that process of his of putting something down and modifying that color or painting it out? Now, I don't really know what it looked like below here, so that it doesn't limit how much of the tinkering that I can do. But it does appear that he's got two different colors. He's got like what is that color? A slightly tan gray blah color. Of course, this is all oil paint. So he painted that in, and then he painted this purple magenta. And oh, you even see there's gray under there. So, you know, if I just painted this, I could just paint the purple and white and be done with it, and we could move on. But I might try to just capture a little bit of his process here. So instead of just going right to that purple, I'm going to try to mix a bit of that tan color, which I think is basically white. Let's take a bit more. Or maybe I don't need so much. Put a bit of that back. It's our white plus a little bit of brown. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. So I just took some white, and then I'm taking a bit of this brown. I take a tiny bit of black to make a kind of gray. I need a bit more brown. That was a bit much. So I'm just gonna add a bit more white back to subdue it. That's pretty good. Got a bit of that kind of, you know, light khaki kind of color. Oops, let's bring them side by side. I'm just going to paint right over all of this because it seems to be kind of transparent enough that I can get away with it. Just be careful if you got a lot of white in there, or you're painting kind of thick application of paint, you might lose all of your pencil lines underneath that white. So I'm painting relatively thin at the moment, so I'm not losing my pencil lines. But if I painted a second coat of this, absolutely those lines would just disappear. So they may be slightly hard to see on camera, but that's okay. So, is that good enough? Can I move on from that right now? Well, I think I'll do the purple later on. So right now, I've got a little bit of transparency happening where I've got some of that yellow coming through. Here, maybe if I, does that, well, I don't know if you can see, you probably see my lines a little bit better when I do that. I think that's good. Yeah, we'll move on from that. That's good enough. Senga says, I thought no one would want to see my art, that it wasn't good enough, and yet the encouragement from the Facebook page and Michael's lessons has been amazing. Oh, that is, oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. I don't know what, that's so generous, so sweet. I mean, you're doing all the work. I mean, I'm just here doing my thing. So that you're able to get that out of these classes is a real honor. I really appreciate you saying that, Senka. That is really sweet. That's, wow, that's pretty cool. Thank you. That was a sip of tea moment there. Okay. So I think that's maybe good enough for my first pass around the foreground. So let's move on. Let's go back to the background here. Now that we've done a little bit in the foreground, let's go back to the background. And, you know, ideally we could wrap up the background and then move back to the foreground, and then we're done and we're eating ice cream, right? But there might be a little bit more to this painting because of just the way that I'm approaching it, trying to kind of give some semblance as to maybe how it looked. Like, I think the way that this Picasso would have done this is probably most of the painting, including all my yellow, would have been covered by now. He's working pretty quickly. And what I think is really inspiring about the way that Picasso painted is there's an extreme amount of confidence in the way that he painted. Extreme, like, and that goes again to Picasso's like outrageous ego, is that it's like the id unleashed. It's just he is technically knowledgeable enough that he can basically express himself in a way that most other artists are incapable of doing, including myself. Like, I have to kind of try to think through things a little bit before. It's very hard to get to that stage where you can just be like, okay, I want to do this. I'm just going to pick my boom, 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 done it. It's exactly the way I want. Well, I don't know. I think, actually, having said that, I don't know if Picasso is painting exactly what he imagines in his head. I think a lot of it is exploration. And I think he's just like, well, I'm just going to do this thing, and I'm just mixing things around, and, oh, it's looking good. Keep on going, let's paint that out, keep on going, keep on going. I think probably, actually, yeah, I think a lot of what he's doing is he doesn't really know until he starts to see it. And he's like, oh, that's perfect, that's great. I didn't know I was going to paint that, but I'm going to just stop right there. So, but it definitely takes time to be able to pick up enough skill. Like, one of the questions by, is it Baudelaire or Rimbaud, is that the goal of an artist is to be able to express themselves as effortlessly as the healthy man digests food, right? The idea, like, you know, when you eat, you know, ice cream, you don't think about like, okay, I have to release stomach juice number 4 and acid, level 70%, like as if there's, people inside your brain pulling levers and stuff. It just happens. You don't even think about it. Unless it's really spicy food, and then at the end when it's coming out, you're really thinking about your life choices. But for the most part, you just eat and move on with your life. And so the idea is that you would get to a stage of having practiced painting or drawing or violin to such an extent where it just comes out. You just do it, and you're not even, your brain is sort of, it becomes a very meditative experience. That's where you hear people talking, using those kind of sports analogies, or being in flow, in which or people use kind of spiritual analogies that things are flowing through you. You're not even really consciously doing it. It's just happening. I think comes entirely from experience, from practicing. The more and more you do, the easier it is. I mean, it's the same sort of thing like when I'm mixing paints, and people are like, how are you mixing that color? How do you just do that? And sometimes that's one of the things that's been good for me about teaching these classes, is kind of slowing down and trying to understand myself when I have to explain it to somebody. Slowing down and think like, how am I doing that? How did I just do that? And that has made me a little bit more aware of maybe the choices that I'm almost essentially unconsciously making. And I think that's certainly made me a much better painter. I am hundreds of times a better painter now than I was just 5 years ago, or when I began these episodes. When I look at some of the earlier, I'm like, oh my goodness, that's atrocious. I should take that down, but everyone's making copies of it. I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's focus. So let's do the leaves now. So those leaves are kind of primarily cool yellow and cool blue. I'm going to mix that, and I'm going to also steal a bit of white. I'm going to start with a coat of lighter green here. This way I can kind of paint over top of areas where I was a little sloppy, and that white is going to white out areas of where I maybe was a little bit less careful when I was quickly painting. Okay, maybe while that's drying, I'm going to have a little bit of a little fun here. And I'm going to take my, okay. To get this off, one way, I'm just going to bang this on the floor, not my studio, because it's going to make a really loud sound in the microphone. Okay, come on. Let's stop being so silly. I know that's an unconventional way of taking a screw-off lid off, but didn't seem to be working any other way. So what I've got here, I'll just show you this in a moment. I'm gonna put this on this plate here. So I'm going to use some heavy, extra heavy matte gel, or extra heavy gel matte. And what this is, maybe I should have shown that right, is this, it's like a thick, goopy gel that I can mix into my paint or apply it directly onto the surface in order to get, you know, textured qualities. So, let's say I want to do some of that right there. Come on. Which brush should I use? Could be enough. Well, I did take a lot of this gel out. I don't know if I'll use, well, let's try to use most of it. So one thing I have learned over the years is the gel, okay, acrylic paint is water based, right? And for acrylic paint to dry, the water has to evaporate. And when that water evaporates, the paint loses some of its mass, some of its density. So if you put a blob of paint down onto the surface, you put a big blob, it's going to slowly, as the water evaporates, kind of lose its shape. It's going to kind of collapse a bit. By adding gel to that paint or painting it directly, you're helping to preserve some of that texture. Some people want super flat paintings with no texture whatsoever, in which case you probably don't even want to be using heavy body or soft body acrylic paint. Anyway, you'd probably want to be using fluid acrylic, and if you find that still too much texture, you could use acrylic inks, or watercolor or gouache, for instance. But some people love that texture, and on occasion I do too. And if you find like, the paint just keeps sagging down and disappearing, I want to capture more of that thickness, then what you would do is add heavy matte gel, or this is extra heavy matte gel. It just means it's going to keep a bit more of its volume as it dries. But I will say that I am often surprised at how much it still loses volume, because again, it's water based, so there's still water in here, and when it evaporates, it's still going to lose maybe 20-30% of its volume. So I just say that in advance, because sometimes people will just take like a little bit like this and they'll mix it into a big glob of paint, and then there's still like, I don't know if it did anything. Well, you got to add a little bit more of it in order to see results. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to smear this on, because to me it looks like in this painting he has really reworked this area over and over and over and over again. Like you could see, it looks like there was an eye there. It looks like at one point there was maybe an eye or lips here, and maybe another eye or an ear here. So you can see he's worked in and around that area a lot. You can see underneath these leaves, there's also some texture. You can see there's some texture underneath her face down here, and texture, there was at least another brush stroke under here. So there's areas where he's built up quite a lot of texture. So I don't have to do this. I could just easily move on, but you know, it's like with all of these episodes, a little bit of like, well, why not? Let's do have a little bit of fun here, right? So I'm just gonna apply this a little bit more broadly with a bigger brush, because as I said, I'm always surprised at kind of how much it still collapses. So let's put some of that there. Where else should I put this? Maybe let's put some in these leaves. And there's a little bit of that yellow paint in that I've reactivated from this palette. It's not ideal, but I'm going to be painting green back over top of this. So, yeah, not a big deal. Where else could I put this? I could put some on her face down there, but I kind of want to keep that about as maybe as smooth as I can. Maybe in this area, this other face in here. Let's put some up here too. So I am thinking to myself, this is going to cost me a bit of grief trying to paint over and around some of those shapes. Where else? Maybe let's try to keep a bit of balance. Let's put a bit more down here. Oh. I'll take a bit more of this stuff. I rarely ever use it, so let's take advantage of. Kind of a glop from inside the jar. Now this does take time to dry, so you know, ideally one might do something like this and then just walk away or mix it directly into the paint. I'm going to blow dry it, but because it's thick, anytime you've got thick volume of paint, it's going to make it kind of hard to... It just takes longer to dry, right? Okay, I think that's good enough. That's certainly more than in his, but I think it's going to add a little bit of something a bit fun and different than paintings we've done recently. And I'm always trying to switch things up and showcase slightly different methods and stuff. I will also say, like, one might say, well, that's not what Picasso did. And that's true. He did not do this in this way, but I will say that one thing, and I've mentioned this before, with the way that Picasso worked, I think he was clever. He was a very smart guy. He was clever enough to know that, you know, when people look at a painting, abstract painting, they're like, ah, my kid could do that. Like, it's just, what is it? A bunch of stupid lines. It's, you know, and so, but he knew that generally people appreciate art when they can perceive there's been a certain amount of labor involved. And they might say, well, you know what, that painting looks kind of childlike, but boy, it looks like he spent hours working on that thing. So even though I don't really know what it is and how it was done, or I don't even maybe like the way it looks, I can perceive that good old Protestant work ethic kind of thing, right? And so then that kind of maybe unconsciously attributes extra value to that work that maybe people wouldn't have otherwise. So I think he's being very shrewd in that sense. And so all of these changes he's making, he's probably thinking, you know what, I'm going to put something there. Let's just fiddle around there for a while. And if it turns out great the first time around, great. But I'm going to be totally happy painting over it, knowing it's going to kind of add that extra little bit of value. Even if it only added maybe 20 minutes to his painting process, unconsciously to viewers, because he could easily erase, scrape paint off to make it look like it was done very quickly. But he left those things, I think, there as signifiers of labor. Okay, let's mute. Okay, so it's Kathy says, it looks like a fine mess now. I only have regular gel matte. We'll see. I don't know if you're talking about mine or yours, but I totally agree. That stuff definitely looks like, Michael, you were on the road to success here, and what did you just do to this painting? So some of this is still definitely going to be wet to the touch, and that's okay. I mean, if I really wanted, the best thing would be just to let this dry overnight, because if I start painting over top of it, maybe some of these peaks are just going to get kind of smoothed out a little bit. But it is what it is, right? So we're still in the background, so maybe let's just look at how these fare side by side. I'm just thinking about mixing some new colors here. Do you want to let's do the leaves. So let's take a bit more yellow. So it's kind of reactivating a bit of that paint that's still wet inside. That's okay. That definitely is different than the original in that area. No worries, let's just plow ahead. Let's work on our blue in the background again. So let's take our white and cool blue. Let's take some warm blue now. might be a few places where I get actually a little bit darker, but let's, I'm going to go back to this cool brown now. So I just took like kind of the blue that was still on here, mixed it with some of my cool red, gives it better that crimson quality. Okay, let's take a bit more cool blue. Let's mix that. It's too purpley. Let's get a bit of brown back in there. Still a little purpley, but where else do we want to build that? Oh, let's do the background. So let's take our warm yellow, a tiny bit of warm red. So that actually feels a lot more like what he's doing, kind of pushing paint into dried paint, getting a little bit messy and goopy. Oh yeah, I got a few more. It's for the background. I guess maybe are we ready to move on? Oh, let's do the gray. Let's do the gray. So I'm going to paint a bit more gray back on the face of the sculpture in the background. So let's just zoom in. So one benefit of me not waiting all night for this to dry is I can then just kind of go in and kind of smear this and see how it kind of is like sticky and kind of ugly, but it's really going to make it look like here's an area where we really did some fussing. It'll also help it dry a little bit more too. A little too much there. This is cool. It feels like it's, as this painting is going to go forward, it'll be like, oh wow, it looks like I really did spend a lot more time kind of, you know, painting areas out and rethinking things, which is what I kind of want to kind of create the illusion of anyway. Okay, let's go to, let's do a little bit slightly darker. Okay, let's go back to the foreground again. Senga says, Michael, have you read the book Art of War? Yeah, so I think I mentioned earlier that yes, I have it here somewhere, and I've read it 3 or 4 times. Yeah, it's a great book. It's written by Stephen Pressfield. Excellent book. It's probably one of the top 10 most popular books on art ever written. It's sold tens of millions of copies. So yeah, it's a kind of, I don't know. I mean, I would say it's a great book. I don't know if I would say it's an essential book that you have to read, but if you're wanting to read something related to art and the artistic process, I think you can't go wrong. Oh, So now that I've done a little bit more in the background, I was hoping to finish the background, but I might have to go back and do a little bit more work there after all. So now I'm going to move back into the foreground and start kind of getting that closer to where I want it to be. And yeah, I think we're doing pretty good with time. I guess, you know, really I've only been painting on this for about an hour and a half. So I'm satisfied with where I am at this stage, considering the way that I'm trying to paint this. So here what I'm doing is working on some of the textures in the foreground. And we need a little bit, I'm making a brown. A valid question would be like, well, why didn't you just mix this gel into the paint? And I have done that before. Certainly, there's been paintings where I've done very thick globs of paint. This being one of them, right, where it's just big, thick, goopy blobs of paint, you know, that are about, you know, half of a finger length long, right? This is Jay DeFeo's Rose. We did that a couple years ago. And that works really well. The one thing is I often find when I do that, I end up using a lot of medium, and a lot of medium doesn't actually make it onto the painting. It stays on the palette. Whereas here, I'm putting it directly onto the canvas and I'm painting into it. Just ensures that more of that paint is going to end up, or more of that gel is going to end up in the painting itself. Because the gel medium's not cheap. You know, like this jar is $53 Canadian, which is like, what, $40 American? And yeah, I mean, I probably would last for a couple more years, especially at the rate I'm using it. But it drives me crazy when I just see blobs of paint that I'm not using just sitting there on the canvas or on the palette. So what I want to do, I'm just going to blow dry all this. Now that I've got all of this paint kind of in place and all that textured, that's cool. The one thing I would say is I do feel like I kind of want texture in the figure. Because there's so much elsewhere that it does feel a little weird that there's none there. I'm just going to keep that, though, as a placeholder that just mentally remember that. And if I want to later on come back and maybe add a bit of texture when I'm painting in those areas again, perhaps, maybe. I don't know, let's just table that. Okay, so let's blow dry all of this here. So I think what I'm going to do, I just need a sharper end before all this is super dry. Where were we? Are we on the background or foreground? I don't know where I am at in this painting now. That I think I was in the foreground. Now I'm in the background. Where am I? Kind of lost track. I'm gonna put a bit of that green just lightly back into those spaces. You know what? I'm going to take some of this texture off. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that again now that I just fiddled in there. So that heat is not really enough to cure that gel medium, especially because my studio right now is actually quite cold. So that's going to really slow the drying time down dramatically, but So let's tackle the purple in the figure at the bottom here. Just take a look at those colors. Let's try to mix that. So we're going to start with cool red and warm blue. And let's take some white. I think I'm going to add more white. And I'm just going to, my brush has got all of this purple in there. I want to get that off. I don't want too many surprises right now. So this is more opaque. I'm definitely pushing the boundaries as to being able to see those pencil lines underneath all of this. If that's something you're really concerned with, then I would add some matte medium or glazing medium to thin this paint out just a little bit. Or obviously we could have done a underpainting to help. Where did that beige go? Okay, that's it right here, right? Let's kind of do a bit more of that now. Let's go back the other way. Ay, too much, too much. Ah, too much black in there. So let's just try to do it again. Maybe I guess it should have been darker. Looked. So that's very subtle right now. I might go back and lighten it up even more with a bit of a white glaze later on, but let's just trust at the moment that we're on the right track, right? There's Barbara says, loving the colors in this one, Michael. Hi, Barbara. Good to see you. Yeah, this is a nice, vibrant painting. I love. I mean, it's one of the reasons why it is one of the more popular Picasso paintings of all time, because it is, you know, it's an easy painting to like. I mean, there's a nude woman in there. You know, it's kind of nude women are kind of nice. But just like the way it's painted, there's a kind of lightness to it, frivolity, casualness that is very attractive, and yet there are those areas where he has kind of worked. I may have even overemphasized that texture for sure, but yeah, well, I mean, it's why not, right? Oh, the hair. Wow, that yellow. That is so intense. Okay. I guess I missed it somehow, even though it's like the brightest color in this whole painting. I'm going to add white to it, actually, and do a little coat with just white and cool yellow, and then we'll go back and add just cool yellow over top of it all. Well, he says he should make an ASMR channel, especially. He's super relaxing. Putting people to sleep for years. That should be my banner. Fall asleep to Michael painting. Okay. One little thing I'm looking at, you know, this green that I have here, the more I look at it now, it seems like it's going to be a little bit dark. I am contemplating a bit of white in there. Let's think about it. I'm actually let's blow dry this for a second. Okay, let's take some cool yellow out of the tube. Okay, now, again, I'm not sure where I'm in the painting from the foreground and background. Let's go back to the background, and I think we're going to start wrapping that part of the painting up. So I'm really happy with where this painting is at this stage, and I think I'm almost ready to start putting some black lines into it. So, because all the major colors are in their places. Before I want to do that, though, I wanted to do a little bit of work on the face of the sculpture there in the background. So that sculpture, if we look at it, let's bring them side by side. You know, is a bit of like a pale, cool yellow. Almost a bit of like a grayish yellow. So I just mixed this cool yellow before. Let's take a bit more. Let's take a bit of, maybe that's a bit too much white or too much yellow in there. Let's take, mix that up. Let's take a bit of black. Ay, too much, too much. So let's do that again. Let's take a bit more white and do that right there. And let's, I'm going to zoom in here too. And maybe even, let's just see. So what I'm going to do here is kind of lightly paint over this surface, but not, you know, be too concerned about getting, you know, all of the nooks and crannies. Sort of just kind of lightly brushing over top of this. I guess it does have to be a bit more yellow. Let's put more yellow and white in there. That's better. That's cool yellow and white. But there's also a little bit of gray in there too, right? That's great. So you can see how much texture is on there. Oh, well, yeah, okay, so Barbara says, did someone ask about the Art of War? That's right, the Art of War is by Lao Tzu, was it Lao Tzu Tung? I'm totally butchering that name. I think maybe that's what you were talking about. I was thinking about of the War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. That's the book that I recommend. I've never read the Art of War, but I've read The War of Art, for sure. Two different books, totally different books. One, The Art of War, is all about war and how to wage a successful military campaign. The War of Art is all about the creative journey and the battle that artists face while creating artwork. I'm gonna blow dry this. So Senga, I'm not sure if you said yes, that one. I'm not sure which. Are you? So you're talking about the Art of War? Yeah, I've never read the Art of War. I don't know anything about that beyond its sort of military tactics, which I don't really have much use for. At least I don't think I do. Hopefully, don't. Now, in order to do I want to do? I might use fluid acrylics for my black outlines going forward. Because one of the things that we see with the way that Picasso's painting, these black lines are very fluid and smooth, and if I try to use my acrylic paint, my heavy body acrylics, which I've used to do all of this, it's going to be a little bit chunkier, whereas if I use fluid acrylics, I'm going to be able to get much more graceful lines. And I think I want this painting, maybe almost more so than almost any other Picasso painting, we want the graceful line work. So fluid acrylics are exactly that. Like, you can hear it. You can hear the paint sloshing around, versus you don't hear any paint in a heavy body paint. You shouldn't, anyway. But I used this just recently. What painting did I use this with? And it is kind of fun to paint with nice, like, fluid, especially when you're doing outlining towards the end, a paint that is, comes, I mean, I should have shown that coming out of the jar. I mean, it's like very satisfying. So where should we begin? I'm just going to start in the top left corner and work my way across the painting that way. Yeah, let's do this up here. Just gonna rotate that to get this curve. So you can see I can really clean things up when they're kind of messy. That's why I wasn't concerned with being sloppy at all. I'll leave that foreground for a minute, come back up to the top. gonna, let's do this first. I'm going to put another one of these. Yeah, let's put another one here. Even so, this area is off the canvas anyway. There's not, so I can make something up there if I like. I'll come back to well, maybe let's do the top here. I am glad I'm using this fluid acrylic for this. It definitely makes my life a lot easier, especially when I'm painting on a highly textured background like this. Now I'm probably going to go actually back over some parts of this painting with some color. So this black outline may not be the final layer here. You know, now ideally I would just do all of the painting and then be able to just do outlines over top of it and be done with it, but this is a pretty tricky thing to be able to do that and not get totally lost in all of these lines, and still be able to have some ability to coherently make sense of all of that. How's this line going here? You know, as I'm doing this, I'm not totally convinced I took the right route here with all of this texture. We'll see. We'll see when I'm done. At the moment, I'm like, no, don't know. It certainly would have been done probably an hour ago if I did, but if I didn't, I mean. But, you know, I would never know unless I did it, right? So it's still possible that I pull this thing off. But it's also possible I don't. So I'm just preparing myself and anybody else watching that it's possible that this is not going to be my finest hour. Quite likely. But Oh yeah, I was gonna do that. Definitely more purple glaze and stuff that needs to be done. Some more lines up here that I've missed. I'll get to those later on. So some of these are still a little bit kind of awkward. I'm gonna, rather than just sitting here kind of fiddling with them and trying to get them to be kind of quote unquote perfect, I'm just gonna plow forward, and because I'm still got some work to do in those areas with those shapes, so I'll kind of resolve those a little bit later on here. This is almost like I'm doing an underpainting midway through the painting. I mean, I like to think I'm a little bit further midway, but oops, oh, there's a little smudge of paint there. So some of these lines are going to be, I'm going to paint gray back over top of them. So some of this stuff, the painting actually ends right about there, right? So there's a little bit of extra here that I've added. And I can hear a new little mouse in my studio somewhere here. Welcome to the chateau. Be our guest, be our guest. Okay, so let's zoom back out and just see how this looks right at this particular moment in time. Oh yeah, let's... Oh, I guess that's... Don't need a line there. Yeah, it's okay at this stage. How are we doing for time? Let's blow dry this. Okay. I would say I'm probably 75% done this painting. Now it comes down to, maybe in fact let's go to this next step here. Okay, so I think I'm about 75, 85% done this painting. What needs to be done now is little finishing touches, which is why that's on the screen. Like little areas where I want to touch up. I just finished painting all of the black outlines on here. And generally, in a painting, your outlines might be the very last thing that you do as a way of tightening the whole painting up and kind of giving the structure back to the artwork. In this instance, I don't think Picasso ended at this stage of the painting. He certainly went back and did more things into it. And I want to do the same too. There's definitely areas where it's, a little bit kind of messy. So I want to tighten those areas up, darken a few things. These apples need to be done, like little things here and there, the hair on the sculpture, but I think now that these lines are here, it's going to make my life a lot easier because, up until those lines were there, it was starting to kind of get a little bit, my brain is just not big enough to manage all of that. I needed to see a little bit of structure again before I could start adding finishing touches. So here we're at that stage. Let's look at the original side-by-side again. So we can kind of now evaluate a few things like colors. How are the colors working? So, I think I'm pretty good with that blue. It could be a little bit more muted, a little bit more gray. I could have added a little bit of gray, a little bit of black into this. I don't know if I'm going to though, but in fact, let's just start with the blue. Let's do one thing at a time here. Looks like there was a little bit of other color on there, but that's okay. I'm actually going to embrace that. In fact, what I was saying, let's add a little bit of let's add a little bit of black in there and just kind of modify it. I'm not worried about painting over top of any of my black lines. In fact, again, that feels like it's a very Picasso-y thing to do, to kind of do slight little modifications so that you're keenly aware that he changed his mind here and there, right? So I might not necessarily clean up some of those areas. I might let them stay a little bit rougher. Okay. That's okay. Let's now take a lot more blue. In fact, I may even just take this and mix this mostly to the down here. Some warm blue. And now that as this blue's starting to go on here, it does make it feel like a little bit more like his painting, like I'm coming back in and making those modifications. I'm sort of thinking a little bit on the fly. That already makes me feel better. It's not maybe as tight as it was before, but I don't think that's necessarily always a feature of Picasso's paintings. That kind of comic book sharp lines. And also me painting back over top of some of these blue lines or black lines. It's kind of almost integrating the texture from the background in. It makes it look like some of that texture was legitimately like something that was below there that I'm now dealing with. Just gets a little bit messier, which I like. Let's zoom in so you can kind of see how this is all unfolding. It's interesting in the chat, you guys are talking about how you'd feel kind of offended if somebody painted you in this way. I mean, I guess I can see that. I guess personally, I guess maybe I just wouldn't have that type of expectation that necessarily someone paints my portrait that it needs to be flattering. Because I've painted people's portraits, and they haven't necessarily been the most flattering portraits, but it's just how it comes out. If you're allowing, like, because, yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're trying to make a photorealist, like, painting of someone and it doesn't look like them, then that would be disappointing. But I don't think Picasso is at all, at this stage of his career, really for the past 30 years of his career, at this point, is at all concerned with capturing a likeness. I think he's more interested in like pure expression. Like he's like I said, like the id fully unleashed without any restraint. Just, you know, like you have to think, like at this stage of Picasso's career, he can make, like anything he makes, someone will buy. Anything. And so that gives him a tremendous amount of freedom and power, and to be really to be like totally free. And there's very few artists who've ever sort of attained that kind of level, I suppose, for good or bad. Like, yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of, certain restraints, I think, can be really helpful at times for an artist. But like, I think Picasso just sees these models, the women in his life, when he's painting them, as sort of it's like a starting place. Like he's... I think he gets more out of just having a nude woman laying around in his studio that he's going to be intimate with later on, and less so about trying to capture any essence of them in any way whatsoever. I mean, if portraits of dogs would have sold as well as pictures of nude women, I'm sure he would have been painting dogs, but he would still make it a point to have nude women laying around all the time. I don't know if I'm expressing myself very well. Michael, the bust, have you seen its face? I'd be okay with being the pink lady, but look at the bust's face. I can't believe you'd be happy if you looked like that bust's face. Well, again, I don't think he's trying to make it look like them. I mean, interviews with Picasso's children, they mentioned that he almost never painted directly from life. So there were only a couple of instances where his children remember posing for Picasso and that he would make a painting of them directly from life. A lot of the times he's just using his imagination, and so he might make a painting and say, oh, this is Mary Therese, or this is Dora Maar, or this is Maya or Paul, or any of his, family or friends. But for the most part, I'm sure he's like, there's this woman laying on some sort like a bed or something in front of him, and she's completely nude, and he might kind of be initially sketching her out, but then I can almost guarantee you that at some point he's just painting away. He's probably looking at her and be like, oh, look how it's feeding my ego that I've got a nude woman here and I'm making ostensibly a painting of her. But he's just more playing with materials and colors and line, and his imagination takes over, and she could get up and leave for the entire rest of the painting, and I don't think he's even really trying to paint her as much as he's just painting. I don't think I'm describing it well, but yeah, I mean, I could imagine that probably, after, because that's often, like, instead of calling, most of the paintings that when he named them, he wouldn't say, like, Portrait of Mary Therese. It would be just, like, nude, like, this painting, for instance, is nude, green leaves, and bust. I don't think he's at all, in any shape or form, interested in making a portrait of a specific person. He's more interested in sort of some larger, universal thing. Whether that's good or bad or not, I think is up for debate. But I don't think he's... Clearly, throughout his career, it's not like he's hoping that somebody walks into a guy like, oh, that's Dora Maar. Oh my goodness, that's you. What a great job you've done of capturing Mary Therese. In the same way that, like a lot of modern art, modern music isn't about being explicit. Like think of Bob Dylan or Paul McCartney. I was listening to an interview. He was talking about how Blackbird, the Beatles song, is about civil rights. And I don't know, I must have listened, and it's all about, like Martin Luther King. And I've listened to that song thousands of times, and I heard that, maybe a year ago. I'm like, really? That's about civil rights? I don't know if anybody actually is picking up on that, Paul. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's common knowledge, but yeah, I don't. I mean, it's yeah. Again, possible Mary Tress gets him. It's like, uh, Pablo. Like that doesn't look like me. He's like, what do you care? It's not necessarily like. Did I ever say it was supposed to be a portrait of you? It's just a, you know, I don't know. But that's just I'm much more along the lines of Picasso's way of approaching things. Like I'm not so concerned about when I'm doing something like trying. I'm not really concerned about painting things that look like things. I think that that's an interesting goal, and it's attainable. You get the skills, but I think once you've got those skills, it's like, well, what else can you do? Like a camera can take a better photograph than most artists could ever hope to paint. So when photography is available, then it really sort of changes the whole game. Like yeah, I don't know. Let's see, trying to paint this face in here. So I mixed a darker blue. So this is just warm blue with a little bit of the black that I mixed, not the black that I painted the outlines with, but just I'll eventually show after this. Maybe I'll show you the face in the background, the actual sculpture that he's painting, because he's actually repainting one of his own sculptures there. So that already feels much better. Feeling happier about that area there. This, what do I want to do there? I'm gonna paint. So I'm just now doing a little bit of touching up. Okay, let's go to gray now. Let's take our black, bring back some white. Yeah, I mean, actually, I really like this thing. I'm not really sure what to dislike about this image back here, but beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Lolly says the bust and the pink lady are the same person. I Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let me find that image. How would I find that? I know I saw some description. Let's see. I'm just gonna put this up here as I try to find it. I don't know if it's this one. Where did that open? That's certainly not going to make you feel any more positive about this particular artwork. I think that might be... That might be it. Oops, no, I don't want to open that. There's some around this period of time that are all very similar. Like, again, another way to think about it is, like, even just the decade before, or not the decade, like just a few years before he started working on this particular painting, he was going through his neoclassical period where he was really immersing himself in Greco-Roman sculpture and painting, and that's certainly feeding into this. And you know, those a very kind of Romanesque nose, very prominent square nose, that we see in that particular kind of artwork, he's like overemphasizing, really exaggerating those qualities in this painting, or in his sculpture and in this painting too. Yeah, I don't know. I think so. You know, it's sort of the product of a person who's just spent the past, you know, decade making paintings that do kind of look like people. After having done cubism for a decade, and then he's sort of kind of going back, like, you know what, I can do it. I've done it. I don't have anything else to say about that. You know, I want to do something a little bit more different, a little bit more ambiguous again. And this is sort of the result of it, where he's taking major liberties, creative liberties. And I totally get if it's not everyone's cup of tea, for sure. But you know, I think Picasso and like every artist, the goal, I think, is to push the boundaries of what's acceptable and what's possible. And if you're not, then you're going to get left behind. And Picasso is, you know, maybe more than a lot of others, like almost seeming like obsessed with staying relevant and being, and always being, you know, the great artist, not just like a great artist, but being the greatest artist. And, you know, when he felt like, you know, Andy Warhol and the pop artists were kind of stealing his thunder, he's like, I've got to come back and I've got to show everybody that I'm not some dead dinosaur. I'm still here. I'm still relevant. And, you know, like somebody like Madonna or somebody, you know, like just when you think Madonna's gone and she'll come back with a new album, like Rolling Stones, same sort of thing, like, so as I said, like, I feel like Picasso, or at least he felt like he had proven everything he needed to do about making, like, by the time Picasso's like 12 years old, he can paint better than almost any living artist, right? He can paint photographically. You can look at the early paintings he did, and they're pretty amazing. And so, again, you think about, he becomes a teenager, and it's like, well, I can already do what anybody else can do, and I can do it better. And everyone else is doing painting pictures that look like people. I can do that. And he did do that and became well known for doing some of that. And it was like, but I'm bored. I'm a teenager, now 25 years old, and, you know, most famous artist on the planet. Like, what's next? What can I do? I mean, that's like Bob Dylan plugging his guitar in, since I mentioned that earlier. It's like it's like, I need a new challenge. I need something to push, to keep me, to get me out of bed every day, and to kind of make me feel like I've got something still to contribute. And like it or not, this is kind of the result of that. You know, it's definitely strange. Okay, let's come down here. So I'm not trying to completely paint out those black lines. I still want to preserve a little bit of them. But let me see. We're going to go up. And down. I mean, another way to think about it is, you know, if you were like the best in the world at doing something and you could sort of do it endlessly, and people would pay, you know, millions of dollars to see you do it, would you continue doing it and just continue to reap the profits, or would you get bored? Some artists are more than happy to continue cashing those checks. Right? Like, you know, one might say, you know, the Rolling Stones, I'm not sure they've really done it. I mean, I love the Rolling Stones, one of my favorite bands, but you know, the new Rolling Stones albums, you know, are they really pushing any boundaries, or are they, you know, they're certainly not doing anything that would alienate the typical Rolling Stones fan, right? It's not like they're, you know, people are like, oh my goodness, the Rolling Stones have gone folk, or it's all digital dance music or something. It's like, well, it sounds like a Rolling Stones album, which is great, but it's also, you know, a little bit, because, you know, it's a little bit disappointing. You're like, it would be kind of neat to see them try to do, you know, expand their horizons a little bit. And they have done a little bit of more experimental stuff at the past, but I think they're kind of like, you know what, we're old guys, we're more than content to just kind of play to the crowd and give people what they want, and that's totally fine. And then you have some other artists who are more, who want to really challenge their, like Bob Dylan, for instance. I've seen Bob Dylan perform a few times, and you know, one of the things that some people appreciate about Bob Dylan, not everybody, is that when he performs, he often plays songs that or his hits, but he'll perform them in ways where literally for the first couple minutes you're like, what is this? And then 2 or 3 minutes into the song you're like, oh, this is blowing in the wind. What? He's playing it maybe at a different key, he's playing it slower, he's got like a harpist or something and trombone, like you're just like, what on? And so there's 2 ways to think. Like, sometimes people go to those shows and they're just like horrified. They're like, I paid $300 for this ticket, and Bob Dylan he played the songs, but I couldn't recognize them. I couldn't sing along to them. What a waste of money. And then some other people are like, man, that was amazing, because I own all of Bob Dylan's records and I can listen to them anytime, but the fun thing about coming to see one of his shows is he's going to play some of those songs in a totally different way, probably, and never play them like that ever again. And so it's sort of like every time it's a totally unique experience, because he's bored of playing the same song over and over and over again. Right? So he's like, I gotta change it up. I gotta do something different so that I can get through this show without losing my mind. Right? So he's totally different attitude than like the Rolling Stones. Or another example, since I'm starting to get hungry, is like food. There's some restaurants that I like to go to that literally every time you go there, the menu is completely changed. They're like kind of farm to table kind of thing. That's depends on what they have bought at the market that day. They're a little bit more expensive restaurants, so I don't go to them as frequently. But sometimes I'm in a mood to be surprised, and I want to try something different. But I like this chef, so I want to go back and see what new things. And you got to be in a mood for it, because sometimes you go there and you kind of leave like, well, I don't know, that was an expensive meal, and I was kind of disappointed. Like, quite frankly, but sometimes you go and like, whoa, that's amazing. And it's like, oh man, you guys should always have this on the menu. This is great. I've never had anything like this before. And then you go back and it's not there anymore. You're like, oh, that's a bummer. I wish they... And so you have to be in that frame of mind to want that experience, because... And there's times where I'm definitely like, you know what? I want the sushi the way I like it from the place that I go to all the time. It's exactly the same as it always is. And sometimes it's not, and you're like, what? And the regular chef's on vacation. You're like, oh, okay, no wonder. I thought this tasted a little... the roll wasn't wrapped the same way or something. In the same way that, sometimes one might like to watch a movie that you've seen a few times already. You're just like, you know what? I love this movie. I can't find anything on Netflix. I'm just gonna put this thing on again. Or it's one of those nights I want to watch, I don't know, When Harry Met Sally for the 5th time, or Top Gun, or whatever. And then there's times where, like, I want something totally different. I want to be surprised. I want to show me something I've never seen before. Like, what's that? There's a new movie by the director of The Lobster that has just come out that is supposed to be really bizarre, really strange, and the kind of thing that is definitely going to turn some people way off, and some people are really excited to see it, and some people... So the reviews are extremely mixed. Who's in that movie? Mark Ruffalo. Just came out. And if you've ever seen The Lobster, that is one really weird movie. You know, it's like these people go to this kind of hotel dating convention thing, if I recall. It's been a few years since I saw it. And if you find somebody that you want to be with, then you get to be with that person. But if you, at the end of the week or whatever, can't find someone to settle down with or whatever, then you turn into a lobster. You know, so there's like this kind of urgency for some people to find someone that they can form a relationship with, because they're like, oh my goodness, I don't want to turn into a lobster. And the idea is it's super poetic, but you know, some people are like, this is ridiculous, what a stupid movie. And some other people are like, this is great because this is so different than all the other stuff out there. And likewise, I'm sometimes at different times in both camps, so I can kind of, I get it why some people may, sometimes I'm not into it. Like, there's lots of great classic movies that I have, you know, ready to watch at any time, and books. I've got some classics that I've got from the library out, and you know, sometimes at the end of the day, after a long day, I look at them and I'm like, yeah, I don't have the energy for that. He says there's some kinds of, it's like 6 months of nighttime. When I did a project with the Canadian Air Force a decade ago, and I went up to the North Pole, and up at the North Pole, it's kind of like that for, oh, it's 6 months. It's like 4 months of the year it is pitch black, and then 4 months of the year there's daylight 24 hours a day, and that's when I went up there, was 24-hour daylight, and the sun was basically just going around in a circle like that, which was, I've never been anywhere like that. Probably will never be anywhere like that ever again. But the coolest thing about it, like, if you're a landscape painter, I went up there to make landscapes. It was perfect because you could, you know, paint for 3 or 4 hours, pack everything up, go have lunch, come back. Sun has just sort of moved a little bit more, and then you could paint again, pack up, come back at 2 in the morning. Sun is now over here, you know. So and at night there's these big wooden what are those called? Shutters, is that what those are called? Shutters, window shutters that you would close and lock so that to keep the daylight out. Otherwise it's pretty hard to fall asleep when the light is coming in like that. Oh, he said, that's madness, Michael. It's really crazy to think you went there. I swear your own master study class would be awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Lolly, Chase, hey Chase, how you doing? Chase says, Lolly, are you in sleep mode yet? I was there for a while, but now I'm alive again. You woke me up. Chase is coming up with some scary images again. Permanent autumn would be okay though. I just hate winter. I agree. Autumn is really lovely. Like, it's, you know, a lot of places like here in Vancouver and in the fall, it's gorgeous, and it's not that cold yet. But it, like right now, I am freezing cold. And I've got thermal underwear and thermal socks and everything in it. Ooh, it's cold in my studio. Okay, I think I've been on the finishing touches for probably an hour and a half. So let's just come back to this. I think I'm close to my final finishing touch, which is a little bit of purple in here. So I just want to do a little bit of a blow dry just to set this in. Okay. Let's do this purple again. So take our cool blue and warm red, or sorry, cool red, warm blue. Add white to it. Must have some other. I think I got a little. My paintbrush wasn't very clean, so let's just do that again. I think. Did I even wash this brush? Let's do that again. Cool red, warm blue. Yeah, you can see, look how, you can see how much different that is. It's so much more vibrant, so I must have had something going on here. Do I want to do this as a glaze? Let's do it without a glaze for a change. I often do glazing, but I think here, you know, we're gonna keep the fluids to a minimum. going to zoom back out. So a little bit too close in there. Probably should have put a bit of fluid in here after all, but like perhaps even like a slow dry medium to be able to blend that out a bit easier. Yeah, let's take some glazing fluid after all. better. Okay, I'm going to come back with my black. To get a little bit more fresh black. I don't need much of it. Adding a little bit of gray into my, adding a little bit of, gray into this black. It's not on camera. Drives me crazy when I do that. So yeah, I'm taking some of my gray. I'm just mixing it into my black. Now there isn't anything in this area here, but I don't like this, what's going on. So I think I'm going to... Is there any glaring issues here that have yet to be resolved? Oh, we were going to do the signature, Picasso's signature. That's right. Okay. So, Filmsy says, "Love from Nepal, sir." Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you chiming in and saying hello. Paula says, yes. Not too close to Michael or the original. Doing Zumba. Oh. Okay, signature. So we see this little tiny signature that he squeezes in there, including the date. And the fact that Picasso consistently includes the dates in his work is a quite iconic feature of his work, quite frankly. But also, it's made it really helpful for curators and collectors to identify, like, you know, authenticate paintings, and identify, like, you know, when things were made and put them in some, like, historical order, etc. Okay, so I want to make a gray. I'm going to paint, like, his signature in gray up here. Not too light, not too dark, but... And I'm going to kind of work my way backwards so that it all fits in here. So I'm going to put... I do this kind of technique working backwards, and I'm sometimes signing my own name too, by the way. I want to put that XX11. Does it? Num, num, num. Maybe I just need a line there. Okay. Let's... Okay. So once again, we've made it to the end of another painting. Took me longer than I expected, but actually not too far off it. Would I say 4.5 hours we'd be done? And it's about 5 hours, including a longer diatribe than I expected to do. So let's see how these two paintings stack up side by side. Once again, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. 70% of the people watching probably right now aren't regular subscribers, or not regular, but aren't subscribers at all to the channel. And certainly hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal or through the Super Chat during the live streams, or you want to send a check or e-transfer, my email address is on the Facebook group and on my website. And if you haven't joined the Facebook group, join the Facebook group. I think it's next week we're going to be doing another feedback episode. So if you want to participate in that, you can upload whatever artworks you've been working on, whether it's a painting or drawing from one of the classes that I've been teaching, or something independently that you've been working on. I would love to see it. I'd love to help you get better. So consider joining the Facebook group and participating in that. It's free. So how did our paintings turn out? There's the original, and there's my version there. So I'm generally happy with the way that turned out. I mean, there's a lot more texture in here than I was expecting, and so we're getting a bunch of weird reflections in here, at least on screen and in person, sure, of course. But I'm pretty happy. Excuse me, ultimately. I think I did go certainly overboard with texture, and it did make it a little bit harder than it otherwise would have been had I just omitted that entirely. But I don't mind it, and I'm happy I tried doing it. That's sort of the key there. because whenever I'm making an artwork, I'm always thinking about like testing and trying and doing things a little bit differently. You know, when I look at these side by side, I feel like, well, you know, maybe this could have been a little bit more warmer blue, a little bit darker. You know, this gray could have been darker. That brown certainly could be darker. Something weird happened with this head where it looks like it's kind of reclined a little bit, whereas his looks like it's kind of leaning forward. I actually don't mind the way that I've done that face up there. I think it's different, slightly different, but it's okay. I think it's okay the way that turned out. Her body, I think. Oh, I forgot there's a little bit of gray down there. I guess maybe let's just add that quickly. It's not a big deal. Actually, that feels a little bit better, because I was like, something weird about how mine appears to be almost like this appears more like a belt or something that she's tied up or something, and just somehow that little extra change seems to have changed that somehow. It's bizarre sometimes how that works, isn't it? Okay. I mean, I think the texture in here is fairly convincing to give it the same look as the original. This green in here, I was thinking I could have lightened it up earlier. I think it could be a little bit lighter, but it works fine as it is right now. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. These blues could certainly be a little bit more purpley. A lot of this could be a little bit more purple. There's something about mine that doesn't quite have the same balance and that his does. I think it's just my darks aren't quite dark enough. Again, those blues I think should be darker to create a little bit more contrast in here. Let's zoom in and where should we start? Let's go up to the top left here. Yeah, I don't mind. Again, I think this is a little bit slightly more of like a, yeah, there's definitely gray in here that's not in mine. His is like, in fact, even there's a little bit of yellow, a little bit more teal in his. He's basically, I think what he's got is a teal, so cool blue, cool yellow, and gray. And mine is just cool blue and white. I think I might have put a little bit of gray in it second time around, but as I'm looking at this, it's a dark teal, and I think it's, you know, it's one of those things that sometimes I don't notice until I'm at this stage. Once the whole painting is kind of filled in, that kind of stuff becomes a little bit more obvious because I'm now able to observe finer and finer differences. I don't know, that texture, I'm not the biggest fan of having put that there, but it is what it is, it's fine. Let's go up here now. Again, I got a little bit, you know, an extra, you know, ½ inch around the top there, so you know, technically this would be up here. I'm just moving it down so we can see. Yeah, happy with the way that turned out in here. Again, maybe that nose, that line, you know, I can nitpick at my own paintings all day long. I think the signature up there in kind of big, gray, bold, enlarged dramatically, I think actually that works really well. I'm happy with the way that turned out. And I like the gray choice here because there is a bunch of gray. You know, there were either other colors I could have used, purple or yellow or green. All of which Picasso was more than happy to make his signature as big and bold and loud as possible, but yeah, I think that turned out okay. Let's take a look at the bust, the sculpture in the background there. You know, what's interesting is how that color has sort of changed. You know, earlier on, it was a little bit more white, and you may recall I added more yellow to paint in there to get it to mimic the original more. And yet, now that the painting is more filled in, and I put those darker black outlines around everything, that color now seems more yellow than I was probably right the first time. So that's one of those weird things with painting, is that you can spend all the time you want trying to match the color, and you think you've got it, and then it turns out that you could have just left it alone. Yeah, as I said, this brown, you know, or dark crimson dried blood color that he's got, everything could be much darker there, but you know, it's whatever, it's fine. Let's go down here. So this area I'm not too happy with at the very bottom of here. I kind of went, this texture, as opposed to looking like this was from a previous idea and I've covered it up, it kind of looks a little bit like I just blopped some gel there and painted over top of it. It's not convincing that there was a purpose to that. So that's an area I might consider the weakest part of this painting. Let's go to the other side. I was looking at the table. So, you know, part of that, basically the painting really ends there, and I've added and photoshopped a little bit more, and then I've got a little bit more on my canvas. So in this instance, all this weird texture here actually kind of seems to work a little bit. It does feel like maybe there was something there, and I changed my mind 10 times, painted over and painted over and painted over there. But I think that's pretty good. I could have worked a little bit more on that apple, but you know, whatever. And then we come to the figure. And you know, like that, my goodness, the yellow that he used there, I guess that's a little bit of a lime yellow. From up until now, I thought that it was almost like a fluorescent yellow. And I could add a little bit of cool blue into the cool yellow and paint that. It actually looks warmer, that yellow looks warmer on camera than it is. So, yeah, I mean, I could have, on her chest here, maybe that nipple's not quite as dark as I did there, but, yeah. So, close. I don't know if it's a cigar. I don't know if I've got a cigar there. Or no cigar. I don't know. I think I'll probably appreciate this more as I look at it as time goes forward. You know, maybe I do want to get rid of that dark nipple there. That seems to be a little bit off. Okay, I think that's good for another one of these episodes. Thank you, everyone, for painting along with me. It's been a blast. I look forward to seeing what you've created today. And, yeah, I don't know. My brain is a little bit dead here. Can't wait to have a little bit of food, since I've been using food analogies for the past 5 hours. So, have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again in the next episode, which I can't remember when it is. So stay tuned, hit that notification bell. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.